Hi everyone. Um, yeah, we're gonna have to see how the stream works out today because we're having some issues. OBS shows a ton of dropped frames, so let us know how it works. It's at least less bad than it was earlier, so let's hope it's good enough. Hi Morningstar. Technology. Ever since that OBS update, everything is broken. Okay, so while we wait for KSP to boot up again, because we had everything running earlier already, when we realized things were not working very well. Okay. Yeah, the usual. Some things we did. We updated a bunch of the rockets, like avionics, because we had newer ones unlocked with research, increased RCS levels of the thrusters. Oh yeah, and we gave the Derpus a visual overhaul. Like, it looks radically different, but it's still basically the same rocket. Well, we upgraded the engines to use better configs, which are now mostly much more reliable, more than anything else. Since we are gonna use them, or we will continue to use them a lot going forward too. Yeah. And I think we're gonna be starting out today with 2 missions, one to Ceres, one to Vesta. And then I think it's time for finally the crewed docking and also EVA that we've been announcing for some time. But today we should really get to it. So let's see how that works out. And then in, I don't know, in about like 1.5 in-game years or something, all the researches for engines will be complete to give us fancy NK43s and stuff, which we can then use to make a lunar landing capable rocket, as in crewed lunar landing capable. So that's exciting. And hopefully we'll get around to that today. But it's definitely coming soon. We're starting to aim for the moon here. And yeah, in the meantime, we're probably just gonna have to launch a bunch of missions just for money. Gonna need a max tier launch pad for lunar rocket for sure, and those are expensive. And we also probably want VIP upgrade, which is also like 3.5 million funds. So yeah. Turns out the space program is expensive. Who would have thought? But at least OBS is looking stable now, so I hope we're good. Loading screen simulator. Yep, there we go. 2 days for the Ceres launch window. Should... I really hope it is. Yeah, it's already on the pad and waiting. So, let's get ourselves a launch window. Okay, so hang on. Keep mixing them up. Ceres is what we go to first, and later to Vesta. Okay. So let's first get a bit of an overview. There's Vesta, there's Ceres. Ooh, their inclination is actually... I'm just gonna hope that the launch window will intersect at the ascending or descending node. Otherwise, that's gonna be difficult. Okay, but the usual, we're gonna have to accelerate. So we have to launch there and... This one? No, we need this frame and then look at them one. Okay. So we need to launch. Wait, hang on. We need to look here. And we need to be on this side of the planet to launch. Alright, we're over there. So let's warp to here. And this should be about something like this. Yeah, we're a day early now, but that won't make that much of a difference for interplanetary stuff. Okay, let's do this. Bit of a shame it's not a night launch. Although there's some illumination on the launch pad, so you can see the updated Derpus. It looks a lot better now, I have to say. It also took a lot of fiddling. Like, we spent literally hours making that perfect so that it both looks good and has the same performance, so the same amount of fuel in all the tanks, in the center tank and the booster tanks. Which is exactly why we skip making things pretty when we're building things on stream, because building one thing and making it pretty, that would take one whole stream. But yeah, there we are. So here, the center core gets narrower down below there, and it just fits together way more nicely, even with here, where the boosters are attached. So yeah, we're very happy with this. Okay, one ascent guidance, please. Yeah, I think 180 is a good parking orbit. Current inclination. Coast 0. Stop at stage 3. Yep. Okay, so I think we're good. And these also are the upgraded engine configs, so the game rounds the reliability, up to 100%. That's how reliable these engines are now. And off we go. Let's also see how long the game sounds will work today. We tried looking into that bug as well. We even found a reference to a mod that supposedly causes that issue, but we already had that one uninstalled, so we reinstalled Chatterer because we thought maybe having muted stuff in Chatterer and then having uninstalled the mod caused issues. So, we'll see. Booster step incoming. Always nice. Oh wait, did we? I think we forgot to post that we're live in Discord. Hang on. We're waiting just for this launch to finish anyway. So we have a minute to do that. Go, getting close to orbit as well. Now, let's see how long it'll take us to get a good transfer. Okay, in orbit, so far so good. Now, sun few. Okay, so need to burn. Come on. Roughly. Do. There or something. No. What kind of departure velocity are we looking here? Ooh, 5 kilometers per second. 5. Okay. Yeah, so far we've just tried to launch to Mars and launch to Venus, so this should be the most energetic launch we've done so far. Okay, plan length. Come on. And we might need more steps. Wait, how long does a transfer take here? This one says 700 days. Oh, I think just our position of the burn is way off at the moment. Yeah, that's why. That's why it's off. There we go. And once again, series is what we're going to. So, yeah, this one. Might need a little bit more. And at this point, let's switch over to series view. And okay, somewhat close-ish already. Now let's see. Timing. Okay. Probably. So right now I was looking at the timing, so that our periapsis is roughly in the same plane. It's the okay. It's gonna take some fiddling to get right. Actually, I should. Let's see. Oh, that's looking good. Yes, I'll take that. Okay, so now we just need to go upwards. Oop. at least we're only looking at a flyby here. So it doesn't matter if we come in a little hot. Hey, Ouroboros system. And Scarlet specifically. Okay, now we're too high, which is good. It means we're very close to just getting it just right. Yeah. I think I messed something up big time. Oop. Well, if I didn't before, now I did. Oh, jeez. Okay. So that this way, and then more delta V, I believe. Or maybe not. Oh, yeah. Okay. Now I got it. This will bring us very close. Perfect. I mean, it's not perfect yet, but we're very close now. Okay, so I think we need to go this way, and then adjust this way. Oh yeah, getting very close. At this point we could probably just call it good because it's so sensitive and it's just adjustment. We're gonna need to do course corrections anyway. So let's call it good enough. Okay, burn in 1 hour. Let's go to Earth. We still haven't figured out what the issue exactly is with Principia, or rather, well, that and or how to fix it. Totally valid, Scarlet. I think last time we tried just putting the solid rocket motors out of the action group and even disabling them, but I don't think that did anything. Yeah, we can't even disable them here. Yeah, it's gonna be a mess. I think for our next rocket, we might even retroactively change things, especially now that we have these kilonewton thrusters on there. We can just use them for ullage. We don't need the SRBs. And at least, like, it's the best guess we have for what the issue is with the wrong TWR, or like just Principia getting the burn all wrong. If it's not the SRBs, then I don't know what it would be. Now we'll make a save here, just in case, like... just in case our transfer gets messed up too much, and then we're just gonna reload. Because as far as we're concerned, that the maneuvers just don't work out at all is a bug, and so we'll reload if necessary. Okay, 40 seconds. What do you say? Duration 240, 250 seconds. Here we have 5 minutes. Total burn time, so 300 seconds. Yeah, that's way off. Way off. God, I wish I knew how to fix this. Okay, oh, and we missed the burn. Okay, I was just thinking, like, so basically this duration is much lower than our real burn time will be, which means we need to start earlier than Principia is telling us. So let's do that. Our quicksave might have been even too late to do that properly. Yeah, TLDR, this launch is gonna be a mess. Might also be one of the things that trips Principia up is the fact that these solid rocket motors technically have some fuel in them left because of residuals. We can't even like make it so that tell the game to not use it in case that would fix it. Oh yeah, we're only 1 minute out. Oh boy. Ooh, okay, I think what I'm gonna do is I will delay the departure by 1 orbit. B, I will set it up in 2 burns. 1, just the delta V of the stage we're using now, and then we can do the next burn. But I mean, Principia will get it wrong anyway, so it won't make much of a difference. Okay, let's just do this. We can do this. We can also fire these thrusters already. I think that makes sense. Both because one of our issues is that Principia expects more thrust than we had, so that compensates just a tiny bit for that. And it's going to take 70 minutes to burn off that fuel anyway, and we do want to / need to stage to be able to use the next stage to finish our burn. So yeah, we do want that to finish sooner rather than later, even though like initially these thrusters exist then for final corrections after the main engine finished its burn. But yeah, we're gonna use this final stage there for the remainder of the burn and corrections anyway. It looks pretty though. And, oh boy. We probably want to look at the sun-centric orbit here for our first approximation / judgment of if we're on the right track. Oh, something happened. Oh, Jesus Christ. Principia did the thing where it removed the maneuver node after it thinks the maneuver was completed. Oh boy. So that fucked us over even more. Great. Probably cost us in the order of 100 or a few hundred meters per second delta V again. Oh boy. And there we thought we would like do things more properly by having these dedicated ullage SRBs. But they probably just fucked us over a lot. Now, do we wait for the stage to finish? TWR... Okay, our thrust-to-weight ratio with this stage is much higher than with our final stage anyway. So we do want to finish this stage. Basically, the more time passes, the more off we'll be from our trajectory. To the point where we probably, after staging, should make a new plan with Principia, which should hopefully be way more on point when we only have our final stage with one engine left. Okay, so this stage is done. Final stage. Now I'm gonna go slow-mo because time is precious, and then delete maneuver, rebase, add, and then we have some time to figure out our correction burn here, or completion plus correction. Once again, check. Yes, we're going to series. Series, yeah, we're way off at this point. Way off. Also, okay, we have 3 kilometers per second delta V budget, and right now it looks like we only need about 1 to get close. So at least our delta V is fine. Now we need to fix that we're so high up here. How do we fix this? Maybe with this. So with this slider, I'm basically rotating our whole orbit around, which will adjust the time at which we'll encounter series, which should then help with encountering it at either ascending or descending node. Okay, we got to 5.4 megameters, or no, that's gigameters still. Yep, this is definitely bringing us closer. It's a bit of a brute force thing, but hey. Things you do when your initial transfer burn was a bit messed up. We're getting pretty close. We definitely have the delta V once again, despite having to expand a whole lot for this correction here. Okay. Now this time it'll be worth fiddling with it, because we can make very fine corrections at this point. B, it's generally more efficient the earlier you make a correction, in the way that if you make a correction early in flight, like especially here where it's literally 2 years transfer, any correction you make when you leave Earth, basically the velocity change then has 2 years time to cause a displacement change. So even like a couple gigameters, which will cost us a fraction of a meter per second delta V here to fix, might cost us way more delta V to fix if we're like almost there. Whoop, that was maybe a bit much. There, now we can see it. Our distance is on the order of magnitude, roughly, of the planet size, or planetary body size, to be pedantic. Whoop. Almost there. Okay, I think we're at a place where we can call it good enough. Now, I don't think there's any way we can establish orbit. But just in case, or even generally, we could just fly over the pole. I'm not sure if that'll maximize the biomes we'll encounter. No, I think this flyby will be good. Okay, so slow-mo disable. And we have 30 seconds to orient. And then, ooh, is that like 13 minutes burn? Checks out. This time, the planning should be pretty accurate. I'm hoping. But if not, we have the majority of the burn behind us anyway, so like, if we need any more corrections after this burn, it'll be much less big of a correction than we've had to do this time, and not take anywhere near as much time to figure out. Okay. RCS is enabled, attitude stable. We can start all the science experiments, because why not? Fancy new quadrupole spectrometer. Okay. Well, even with time warp and time going 4 times as fast, we have like 3 minutes to kill or something. Ooh, and we're actually shimming a little bit. Okay, we can only do 3x time warp. But yeah, time to kill. Do we have anything we want to talk about? If any of you have any questions, feel free to ask them. Meanwhile, I'm gonna take a look at our notes here. But yeah, we pretty much talked about what our plans for today's stream are gonna be, and generally where we're gonna be heading. Ooh, I do think we accepted the contracts already, but I'm just gonna check. Oh, active. I was just in the wrong tab. Okay, yeah. Vesta and series flyby contracts. Ah, very nice. Now these are the views you can play Kerbal Space Program for. Okay, well, already only 6 minutes remaining. Let's see how our trajectory is doing. Getting there, getting there. And yeah, for the record, this is not how a normal trajectory for a mission to Sirius would look like. With that whole mess with the stages. So one reason this is a bad transfer trajectory is that... can I get the view of Earth? So we're already up here in the trajectory, and we're still executing the burn here. So we're quite a distance away from Earth already. And the further away you are from Earth, the more the Earth will basically have slowed you down, because the further out you get in a gravity well, the more velocity you lose. Which means your burn is less efficient because of the Oberth effect, which... okay, 2 minutes. Which basically states that if you're... the faster you go, the more efficient your burns are. Because with your rocket engine, the way you gain energy is through getting a certain amount of velocity. And it's the same difference in velocity that your rocket gets, independent of your starting velocity. So if you go, like, if you're theoretically in an empty universe, like, completely still, velocity 0, and then you get 100 meters per second, that gives you a certain amount of energy. But if you're already going, like, 10 kilometers per second, then 100 meters per second more will give you a lot more kinetic energy, because the kinetic energy scales with the total velocity squared. And yeah, that's why if you're very close to Earth, and so going very fast because you're deep down in the gravity well, that gives you a lot more energy than if you're further out already. And I've cut the engine off here, and we're very close. So time for the final corrections here. Should technically have paid more attention earlier. But here we are. Okay. We did cut off like a couple seconds too early, which is perfect for making corrections. And yeah, these changes that I'm making here are tiny puffs of RCS engines. It's basically nothing. And it's leading to these massive changes. And I'm not trying to line things up properly again. Yeah, this is getting very close again. And I think at this point, and with how sensitive this is, I think we're gonna leave the rest for final corrections at a later point. Delete. Even without corrections, we would already be having a very close flyby. Honestly, we can probably leave it like this. But in case we do want to make corrections, 700. Let's make like 650 days one. CC for course correction, and then one alarm for the actual flyby. Pretty much exactly 700 days. Let's make it like 698, so we have a few days buffer. And there we have it. Our Ceres probe is on its way. Okay. One down. Vesta to go. Actually, bad orientation. Haha. How do we want to spin this? That's probably fine. Just as long as it spins at all. To get power from this nice big solar panels. Okay. Now we're ready to leave this probe. Because you should already be... Yep, antenna target Earth. Okay. Whew, so that took a while. Now, we'll remove the solid rocket motors from the staging. Which hopefully means that the Vesta probe will be much less of a headache than this one. Because the planning will actually be accurate for a change. I guess also one way in which we could have had less problems if we had the LH motors, the SRBs, have much less thrust, because you don't need much for an LH, but they were probably oversized. And then if they were much smaller, they would have had a much lower impact on the total thrust to weight ratio. Oh, we didn't roll it out yet. Oh, but it's fine. Okay, not this launch pad, then this. Series launch is done. We're rolling it out. Okay, out on the pad, 5.5 days before the launch window. It's good timing. Now let's wait 2-ish days. Okay, we have upgrade points. Oh, and we have science points. Specifically, enough for many more science experiments. This is very exciting. Let's move it up a bit as well. Surface science. Or Or should we finally let all the engines finish researching? We do want to get started with building our lunar rocket. Like already we're looking at 500 days until we have the engines unlocked. So we could only then start building it. So yeah, I think this is fine. Science experiments will have to wait for a bit. Okay. Off to the tracking station, finding a launch window. Okay, ECI. What do we do? Here. I think it's pretty much the same thing of like about a day too early. Yep. Well, less than a day. 22-ish hours. Yep, that's good. Another night launch. To be fair, this is basically the exact same transfer. Okay. Also, let me just check the contract requirements for the flyby missions. Then 20,000 kilometers. I think we're at like below 100 kilometers. Okay. And then you can see in the alarm clock upcoming, in 14 days and change, it's gonna be time to roll out our rockets for our crewed docking. It's gonna be a Gemini and a Mercury. So 2 generations of capsules docking together. Mostly because A, building a second Gemini would have taken another like 200 days or something, and B, because we realized we didn't actually have 2 pilots trained for the Gemini capsule. So we would have had to push it back just for the crew training. But as it is, we can do it with 1 Mercury trained and 1 Gemini trained pilot. Okay. 180. So stage 3. Oh yeah, staging. Almost forgot. Let's banish you. Actually, we can. Let's take all of them and put them in the topmost stage. Now we're gonna have to. Oh, jeez. Action groups. Do we have an action group manager mod here? Oh. Immediately found it. Very nice. Okay. So it wasn't set up like we wanted it to. Toggle engine. So action group 3 should now be no, that's the wrong one. Good thing we checked. Must be these then. Yeah. Toggle, including symmetry. Now we're golden. Okay, so that's staging. Should be good to go. 180 by 180. And hello sound bug. So, one launch and then sound got broken. Hooray. Oh, man. I wish I knew what caused this. I really wish. I'm not sure why Chatterer mutes these atmospheric effects. It just makes me even more suspicious that Chatterer is involved in these issues somehow. Oh well. Let's time warp. It's also annoying that it's just really time intensive to debug your KSP install. If booting up the game takes like literally 5 to 10 minutes, then just removing a mod and checking if that changed anything. Yeah, it takes a lot of time and waiting. And if you have literally like 100 mods installed or something, I don't know, then yeah. Now we need to remember paying attention to help on the staging process here. Seconds and 10. Okay, time warp down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Hallich. Okay, that made MacChap not stage at all, so also to manually stage it, which is good to know. But we're good, we're in business. Now I really hope this fixes the Principia issues. Oh. Yeah, time warp, over an orbit. And there we go. Okay. Flight plan. Blue, 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 blue. 5K-ish. Now, duration 350. That's 5 minutes 50 seconds. Which would check out if it was all on stage. It'll still be off by a bit because our final kilometer of second delta V we'll need there will take minutes instead of seconds. But it should be less horrible. At least. Hopefully. We'll see. Okay. Now, here comes the fun part again. Many days planning, please. Steps. And this time we're looking at Vesta. Let's not forget that. And okay. Oop. Okay, we're gonna have to wait like 3/4 of an orbit before we can do our departure burn. Something like this in an hour and 8 minutes. Okay, Vesta, so we don't need to go quite as far. Still don't think we'll have the margins for an orbit, but at least we'll have more margins for when things get fucked up. And it means our total departure delta V is actually really close to what our Kerbalog stage here has to offer. In other terms, our departure burn should be relatively accurate. Okay, now the same thing again. Trying to make these line up. Yep. Something like this. I might even already call it good enough. Okay, I'm going to do one more adjustment. Actually, that was the wrong way around. Oops. Okay, well, perfectionism, whee. Okay. Let's call that good enough, and the rest we do with a correction later. Okay. I'm just happy that the plan actually worked out, and without the SRBs, the planning is more accurate. 40, 30. Let's make a quick save, just in case. To 1 minute. Let's line ourselves up. Of course, we don't have a connection. Ooh, we might have to rotate a bit faster there. 10 seconds, and we're still not really aligned. Okay, well, that's gonna... fuck, no, wrong keys. Crap. Well, I pressed a whole lot of buttons there. Some of them were the right ones, some of them were the wrong ones. So we like wasted an ignition, a bit of time, we spiraled a bit out of control, but everything's fine. Gonna be actually let's enable these engines for this whole burn again. Okay. And now it's time to wait again. Not as long as the last time, at least. We won't... Well, unless something bad happens to our trajectory, we will need barely any of the delta V of the final stage, which has an incredibly low thrust-weight ratio because it doesn't really need it, which took up a lot of the waiting time for the Vesta probe. Should just be like 2 real-life minutes now or something. We'll see. We'll see how big the corrections are that we will need to do, because we will need some. It won't be perfect. Oh, and this time I'm gonna pay attention. Actually, I will turn you off, go to this maneuver selection, because if when smartass loses the maneuver node... Oh, hang on. Okay, no, we're at 2 minutes. When smartass from MacChip loses the maneuver node, then it just stops trying to keep the attitude. Every button press is a good button. Yeah. I mean, it worked out, so... Was it wrong? What was I just trying to say? Oh, we're overshooting. Ooh. Interesting. Okay, we activated the stages together during the burn, so maybe the total delta V was actually more. Okay, in that case, let's burn backwards again. Okay, so I think it's time to stage. Oh, I don't want the solid rocket motors to fire. Hang on. If I activated this, they would fire on the lower stage while the upper stage decouples. Okay, this should be fine now. Yep, there we are, separating. Okay, I got very confused there for a moment, but we're burning backwards. That's because we're oriented this way. You don't often burn backwards when you're doing a transfer burn or retrograde. Okay. Yes, very close. Oh. To disable the RCS and not the engines. I pressed buttons again, just not the right ones. Okay, no, I'm not 100% sure which way we need to correct. Okay, this might take a long time with just the RCS thrusters. I'm gonna make another maneuver node for the correction. This is probably what we want. Other way around, maybe. Yeah, I think that looks good. Where is the planet? Or can we just do this? Whoop. Come on. Yeah, that's definitely the wrong way around. Okay. So... Yeah, this is closer. Excellent. Okay, so we just need more of this. Let's make that like a third more, so minus 860. Yes, very close. Okay, too high, so... I think it's 20,000 kilometers, so this would technically be enough. Although I do want it to go like into near space. Not that we will get too much science from a very fast flyby, but it'll look pretty. Yeah, there we go. Once you got things dialed in mostly, and also figure out how to adjust your trajectory to get where you want, it's not that bad. There we go. Impact. Okay, maybe not that close. 120 kilometers. I'll take it. Off. Now, 2.5 minutes. Off maneuver node. 3, 2, 1, go. Okay, it is changing. It's just so far away that it wasn't really noticeable. Yeah, it's a 30-second burn with very low thrust to weight ratio. Yeah, that's 60 meter per second correction burn. That's what we needed here. It's definitely not a lot. Seven, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and... Oh. Well, this maneuver was off by quite a bit. That's weird. Yeah, this negative, this positive. much more of a change than I wanted. Well, I guess that's one more correction burn for the correction burn. Hopefully this is the last one. Okay, in 20 seconds. Did we forget to set attitude to the maneuver node? That could explain why it was so off. Okay, now this actually I don't even know if the engine properly got up to thrust there. Okay, the RCS is what fucked things up. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, we're lined up. RCS is off. Oh, I just realized before we left off our series probe, we induced a rotation with the RCS. Okay, we are rotating now, so that's good. But yeah, we might have, with just a tiny little RCS puff, gotten ourselves onto a series impact trajectory, which would be very awkward. Let's check. Where's our series probe? Probably this one. No. Is that us? No, we're here. Yeah. Series. Oh, it's not showing the trajectory for this one. Never mind. We do have a reminder set. Okay, 500 days. So let's make one 499, 499 for Vesta flyby. And one for correction burns for Fidi. Okay. Now we're good. No. Science experiments. Now we're good. And okay. Yeah, I think this one we did in like half an hour, the launch. Now I think it's time for a crewed docking, which also means a lot more Principia planning fun ahead with rendezvousing two spacecraft in orbit. At least for these missions we can decide when to launch. There are no launch windows, so we can launch during daytime. Okay, let's start with Mercury rollout, and then in 15 days Gemini will be complete. Two upgrade points. Very nice. Oh yeah, science from the sun. Uh, yeah, there we are. Gemini rollout. So in 1 month we can launch, and I hope we planned the training times correctly. Oh yeah, we did also hire a couple new astronauts and are now training 3 for use on a 3 crew capsule, the TKS. Okay, now I think our plan is Nicole Müller will mission training for a few months to go. Yep, so Nicole can fly the Mercury. And Sigrid, the Gemini? Yep, mission training for Gemini. I think Sigrid and Martina are gonna fly the Gemini, and then Nicole the Mercury. Okay, it's time warp. Yep, we did that. Venus launch window in a year. I hope the docking won't take too long, because then we can do a very silly flight. We look very forward to that. Okay, rollouts. Now, contracts. Contracts. So, docking is our primary mission objective here. And so much money. Hell yes. Ka-ching! Now, we can do a couple other things. We can do the first EVA, since we have a Gemini capsule that allows EVA, and I'm pretty sure, I'm gonna check, that we upgraded. Yep, Kerbals can perform EVAs, so we have the ability to perform EVAs, and the capsule allows EVAs. So let's also get that one. That's also a lot of money. Orbit with minimum parity of 150 kilometers, perform EVA and transmit. Yep, straightforward enough. Now, we can still take an orbital flight contract. Now, we can choose between a 1 crew and a 2 crew with maneuvers. Duration. So for all the other contracts, the EVA, the docking, those won't really take up much time. That's 4 days and 2 days, so 6 days plus maybe a day for docking. So that's easily in our budget. But the altitude, can we get that high? No, we probably can. I think we have like 10.7 or 10.6 kilometers per second total delta V, so like almost a kilometer per second on top of orbit. That should be enough to get us to 1,000 kilometers. I would be surprised if not. Failure wouldn't be too bad. So let's do it, even if we're not 100% sure if we can do it. Also, duration 233 days. So if we mess up, we might not get another chance, actually. Second Gemini. Oh no, that's finished in 80 days. Although, if we have the astronauts. Speaking of which, we wanted another engineer. And that's probably then okay. Then we have a lot of pilots. 2 scientists, 2 engineers. TKS pilot, scientist pilot. Okay, so Lorraine will also do proficiency TKS. Lorraine. Then we have pilot, scientist, engineer. We need another scientist. Okay, so scientist and engineer also for TKS. Since once we have the big module for 3 people, we probably always want to launch that. Also because with Kerbalism, it makes a difference how big the capsule is, like the livable space. Astronauts can suffer if they don't have enough space, so yeah, big capsules are good. Okay. We have 3 million, which I think I want to save up a bit more to then build the vehicle assembly building upgrade. Unlimited would also cost 2 million, so we could also do that. But we generally run a lot into like building bottleneck issues lately. So I think VAB upgrade makes a lot of sense. Okay. What else do we need to prepare for this mission? Because we are ready to go now. We have contracts for docking, EVA, orbital flight with 2 crew. I don't think there's any other contracts we can accept that make sense here. Crewed lunar orbit, crewed lunar flyby. Wait. Okay, yeah. The orbital flight for 1 crew contract still shows up, but it would automatically fail the 2 crew one. Okay, no, we're fine contract-wise. Our crew should be trained. We can check this if we select here. Nicole can fly. And Gemini. Sigrid. And our plan is Martina. Yes. So our plan of the crew works out. And Mercury has much more limited life support. So let's launch Gemini first, I guess. Well, I mean, it doesn't make much of a difference, really. We're gonna launch the other one pretty much directly after this one. Or do we wait a day? Okay, no, we're gonna launch the Gemini and then we can wait a full day. Okay, crew launch. We need to fix our staging. Oh no, we don't. We don't need to fix the solid rocket motor staging here because we don't depend on the Principia planning, where that might get in the way. We need to be aware of our escape system and use that if we need it. Now, what orbit altitude do we want to be in? I think having a very low parking orbit makes sense because it'll also make it easier to get a high apogee for the contract later, thanks to the Oberth effect. I'll still check the contract requirements. First, the docking has no altitude requirement. EVA over 150. That's a given. Periapsis above 160, above 160. So if we're above 160, we're fine. So 180 will be a good parking orbit altitude. Or dare I say, the optimal parking orbit altitude. It gives us a bit of a buffer down to the atmosphere, and it's still very low to make use of the Oberth effect for when we try to raise our orbit. Okay. 180, 180. Stop at stage 9 this time. Because that's booster sep, stage sep. First stage booster. Wait, 600? What are these delta V numbers? But yeah, stage 9. Oh yeah, because it has a terrible atmospheric delta V. Okay. Stage 9. I think we're good. Godspeed, Sigrid and Martina. Why did the solar panels? Well, I guess it's already time to revert because they'll break off with atmospheric pressure. We've noticed that in the past, that the solar panels auto-deployed. Which is nice and all if they're in a fairing and they auto-deploy in space, but auto-deploying on the ground in atmosphere? I mean, I guess let's see if maybe there are invincible panels. Oh, actually, can we cheat our way around this? But I don't know if unbreakable joints will circumvent this. Also, they're not broken yet. We're almost at Mach 1. I mean, if they're just unbreakable, then I'm fine with it, I guess. Although it'll give us a whole bunch of drag. This is not an aerodynamically optimal rocket shape. Oh boy. It probably will cost us a couple meters per second or even a couple dozen. Otherwise, from the silliness, we really like how this rocket looks with the white design. Nice. Oh, so pretty. Okay. I am very happy we took the time to prettify the rocket. Now what do you say? Yeah, 1050 meters per second will be left after orbit insertion. And there we go. Space music. I really don't need you to stop time warp because kerosene is running low, game. I really don't. adventurous staging there. I do believe this is our first launch of the Gemini, or is it? No, we might have done the rendezvous with the Gemini. So it's not the first time with 2 people in space. But it might be the second time. Okay, yeah, we also have 2 types of docking ports. Just to be on the safe side, because we've had plans and changed them again, of which docking ports to use. So now it's like, why not both? Then we can still change our mind. Crew count record of 2 crew. Is it the first time we're launching a Gemini? This might be the first time. Well, in that case, congrats on a successful launch, and what better way to celebrate than with our first EVA. And do we have a jetpack? We don't have a jetpack? Well, good thing I checked, because I was almost about to just let go. Okay, well, EVA report, surface sample, okay. That's weird, though. Well, if we don't have a jetpack... Yeah, no, visually we also don't. Then we can't time warp, because you can't time warp on a ladder. So we have to wait the full 2 minutes for the EVA report. Okay. We have 2 minutes to enjoy the views. I mean, it is pretty. It is very pretty. And the rotation, that was not really intentional, is also kinda nice. It can be nice when the game just forces you sometimes to just take a couple minutes because you wait for a burn or whatever. Good excuse to just enjoy the scenery. Because views like these, they never really get old. No matter how often you see them, either in real life from rocket launch streams or playing KSP. And we have 20 seconds left. The breathing sounds are also a nice touch. And 5 seconds. And there we go. EVA report is finished. Now, do we have... No, neither of them have equipment. That's weird. I was pretty sure when we looked in the VAB in the past, we saw the equipment being assigned automatically to Kerbals. Either way, data, wait, it is flagged. Oh, we don't have connection. Okay. So we basically just have to wait to get a connection. And then There we are. They're transmitted. We have a couple kilobytes downlink. Ah, we didn't quite finish it before we lost the ground station. Okay, well, one more. There we go. EV8 transmitted. Why do we not have the contract completion yet? Do we need to return for the contract to be completed? Yeah, return home safely. Okay. I mean, I guess that's fair. Okay. Now, I'm gonna disable this engine just to not accidentally do anything. And then we can wait a day and then launch the Mercury, I guess. Or, one more minute. Oh no, I think we can, with MacChub, that'll tell us the inclination to our target. With that, I think we can make it close enough that we can launch, so we meet up in the next orbit. Okay, and so we're now in a very low orbit, so when we do the phasing, we have to be in a higher orbit, which means we will take more time, which means we need to launch in front of the Gemini. Okay. So it's even less than a full orbit. Not that that difference won't really matter much, but now launch 10 minutes, bit early, 10:90. It's really like we want to launch when we're like 1/9 of an orbit ahead of the Gemini with the launch site. Of course, we need less than 10 minutes to launch. And we'll accelerate during it. Where is it? Is that you? Okay. There's KSC. So 1/9, that's a quarter, 1/8. So something like here. And Gemini is about there. And because we need a while to set things up and check the launch, let's time warp until here. That'll give us like a couple extra minutes. Something like here. Okay, let's see how that guess plays out. I mean, it's not just a guess, it's a guesstimate. It's probably still a bit too early, and we need to wait a few more minutes or something. Okay. Okay, here we could have set the EVA package and also parachute. Okay, well, now we know. I really wish I knew how to set this just automatically. Like, when do we ever want an astronaut without EVA package from here on? Okay. Now let's see if we can figure out how to best launch into the same inclination. Rendezvous planner. Okay, we need a target. High target. But this only works when you're already in orbit. Intercept with Hohmann transfer. Match velocities. Establish new orbit. Is that like launch into an orbit from the ground? Because that's what I would really like. Okay, first, quick save. Second, what happens if I press this button? No. Yeah, we're just gonna have to... Do we wait a day after all? That might be the best idea, because then we can work with this relative inclination display here. On the other hand, we have 13 kilometers per second delta V. I think we're fine. Let's just launch. Also, where did the Gemini go? I don't... Oh. How much time did we waste? Oh no, here we are. Okay. 180... 200, 220. Let's start with this. 230. Okay. Stop at staging 7 here. Oh wait, launch into plane of target. There we go. There we go. Okay, well, it's time warping us automatically now. Okay. Sure. I wanted you to just get the closest you can, but that works too, I guess. Jeez. Well, good thing we launched the Gemini first, because that one has an on-orbit time of like weeks. Now, do you automatically ignite? Yes, it does. How nice. Crap. Did not. Oh, jeez. Is that you? Okay, well. Jeez. So, the one thing that this messed up big time is our phasing. Also, we need to pay a bit attention because we're talking about crew here. So we're like way off in the orbit, so we're gonna need way big phasing. So like, I don't even know. We have a lot of delta V here, so we can do something silly like this. I'm bad at guessing what that will do to our relative orbit times. Like, we basically need to make up for, like, we need to be slower. So we need to catch up, or let the Gemini catch up 2/3 of an orbit, or about 60 minutes, a full hour. Honestly, maybe we should go even higher than this. Although, I mean, with a couple of orbits, I think that'll be probably fine. We can keep an eye on our orbital period as we ascend. Unstable guidance. That's not... Oh, because we changed the things. Oh dear God. If I press this, will that shut down the engine? Oh dear. I mean, I think MacChip is still doing something. Our inclination is pretty off, though. It's not good. Oh, probably. Okay. No, no. Jeez. Okay, well, this is gonna be an adventure. Then again, I think everyone knew that would happen on our docking flight. Okay, now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna press this nice big red button exactly when we're staging. Ah, okay, that's not good. Okay, I think it's time for some manual corrections. Where is our... Wait, our descending node is over there? What? Why? Oh my god. 3 degrees. That's pretty brutal. I mean, we have kilometers of second delta V buffer. So that's good. Okay, now let's keep an eye on our orbital period. We want it to be something like, I don't know, an hour 40 at least or something. Also, I think we need to do this. Oh, okay, we're already very high. Orbital period 134. Okay, well, periapsis is above 180 now, or around 180 now. Jeez. This is certainly a launch. 140 is 10 minutes, 9 orbits. I think we want actually a bit more than 140. Let's go for 145. Oh, about 1 Allen belts. I mean, it's still a relatively short mission. I'm sure it'll be fine. And yes, the Van Allen belts exist with these mods. Okay, let's call that good enough. So Van Allen belts, for those who don't know, they're basically areas of radiation around the Earth at a medium altitude. So it's like above where the International Space Station is, but here where we're getting into like over 1,000 kilometers, that's when we're entering the Van Allen belts. Okay, next inclination fix, and then we'll look at how our phasing is going. Okay, flight plan. And that's descending node. That can't be. Why is it not updating? We might just have to fly this with by the seat of our pants. Oh no, not if we switch to the target view. Oh, hang on. These are the prediction notes we're looking for. Yep. I am confusion. I am very confused. I guess maybe that velocity is a total relative velocity and not the... Okay. So we will not plan this. And we will just... Earth orbit view. No. We do want the target view here at least. So wait, Mercury, where's the Gemini? Oh no. Okay, so right now the thing happened again where pressing backspace while in orbit view, which centers the camera on your craft, activated the abort action group. So now, quick loading that. Persistence should not be too old of a save. Jesus. We wanted to look into fixing that, but we didn't. Oh wow, so much science. And 5 upgrade points. Excellent. Honestly, I think... I mean, there's so much stuff here, honestly. I think space station is something we want to look into, so let's get that node. And... better solar panels. Also sounds like a good idea. Okay. Let's get back to our Mercury that's hopefully in orbit. Yes. Okay. I think I know what to do. And thinking is definitely starting to get hard today. Okay, so let's get into our view here. Now, is our target still set? Yes. Descending node in 44 minutes. Okay. So this is descending node. So normal is the way we need to orient, I believe. The automatic is always so bad and inefficient. Now, accelerating here should... Okay, before I waste an ignition, let's check it. Didn't I just disable you? Oh, jeez. Well, oh, fuck. Shut down. Well, we sure did something. MacChap still says our relative inclination is 3.75, which is not great. Let's focus on the separation for the time being. So we're still here, and we basically need, like, that's 1 orbit, 2 orbit, and then we're kind of close. So at this point we can do 1 burn to lower our apoapsis again by a lot. Our periapsis is also kind of high. And here's a message that we're in the Van Allen belts. Okay, what we're gonna do is first we're gonna lower our periapsis while at apoapsis. So we should have another full orbit here. Yes. So now up to apoapsis here. And there we will burn retrograde to lower our periapsis. We're going to have to look into our ignitions here, because we're using up a lot of them. Actually, let's try and do this with the kilonewton thrusters. Are you in an action group? And if so, which? Not 3, 2. Okay. Yeah, it'll take a hot minute, but that's definitely enough thrust. Ah, this mission is one adventure. 180 is what we need. 186. Or is it what we need? Yeah. Gemini is 181. Okay. So that's that. Next, we... Okay, for this one we get Principia. At periapsis, we... Oh, we don't have the planning far enough in the future. There we go. So that... I think that we encounter the capsule again in 2 orbits is reasonable. And yeah, our inclination is still way off. It's not good. Ooh, but we can meet at the ascending node. So we can there kill our velocity. Actually, can we? That's still 200 kilometers. Basically, I'm seeing if I can... Yes, exactly. I'm shifting the ascending node over so that we will actually encounter at the ascending node, which will mean that we can both like match our velocity, including fixing the inclination all in one go, which would be very cool. So now I'm setting that up. Also, one look at our delta V. Oh, we have the main engine disabled. Okay, never mind. 28, there we go, a few kilometers. 2, 1, 500 meters. Okay, we have ourselves a plan. Let's quick save. I can't believe this is looking to actually work out. Okay, in 1 hour. Really, in 1 hour? Okay, yeah. I think we wasted an ignition earlier, or was it the Gemini? I can't remember. No, it was this one. We have 3. Okay, 3.5 minutes. Ah, the burn will be off again because of the solid rocket motors. Christ. Actually, we don't even have our main engine enabled. Okay, so our planning was basically all for nothing. Ah, okay. Rebase or active engines. Yeah, 27 kilometers off now. I think we can probably do this. Nope, other way. Did I completely lose it? Oh, jeez. Principia, having fun with sliders. No, that's too much. There we go. Now I've got it again. 20 kilometers. Not bad. Let's make it a little better. Okay, I guess not like that. There we go. 4 kilometers. 3, 2, and under 1. Okay. Oh, in 4 seconds we need to start. Well, that's a bit soon. Oh, jeez. That's a lot more thrust to weight ratio than I was prepared for. Jeez. I messed things up again. Yeah, this is a much longer burn. I just got confused. Okay. Getting there. Just working visually now. And this. Okay, I think we have one ignition left because I wasted another. So that's gonna be our final ignition for zeroing out our velocity later. Okay, time for fine adjustments. Who doesn't love fine adjustments? Actually, we're really close. We're 4 kilometers. 3, 2, 1.4. I think we're gonna call 1 kilometer close enough. Okay. Let's quick save again. 2 contracts, crude altitude record, 500 and 1,000 kilometers. Nice. Wasn't what we aimed for, but we got it. Okay, now 2 orbits. Oh no, we're in atmosphere. Ah, dear God, why? I mean, it's not deep, like 134 periapsis. It will barely even nudge our trajectory. Do we just say this is fine and take the second atmosphere dip too? Okay, it still bothers with the trajectory noticeably. It's not super much, but still kinda messes with it. Now it's lowest point. And the question is if raising our periapsis won't mess things up even more. Okay, back in space. Okay, main engine is off. Small thrusters on. Wait, this view doesn't even say that we're grazing atmosphere anymore. 169. There, 132. Oh, wrong way around. I just lowered our periapsis even more. 40. Okay, out of the atmosphere. What did that do to our encounter? 40 kilometers. Yep, that's not great. Now, we could either do one more correction burn here, or we just kill velocity at that point and then do fine adjustment. I think fine adjustments then makes more sense. Don't press backspace. I'm just gonna make a save. Then we rotate happily while we wait for the encounter. At least we still have a lot of time left. It's only like 7.5 hours into this mission. So life support is still good. Actually, I'm just gonna, from the get-go, not perfectly align retrograde, relatively speaking, but a bit above, so our velocity vector will get nudged towards the Gemini. Okay, 1 minute until there. It's our distance, 60, and there it's 40. Okay, let's wait a bit more then. And now it's 48, yeah. I'm gonna call this good enough. There. And engine, come on, activate and ignite. Oh boy, very responsive. Also, slight change of plan. I'm gonna deviate from the marker way more early on because that makes it easier to manually align it. So, time warp is off. No, come on, come on, come on. Okay, well, 2.5 meters per second. That's pretty good. Now we're at 0 ignitions. We are. Okay. Okay, first stop our rotation. Go, and then, I mean, 40 kilometers, that's a bit far for just brute forcing, maybe. We need to catch up, so we could lower, so exactly the opposite. Yeah, this is the thing where things can get counterintuitive. to get closer, we need to reduce our velocity, because we need to get into a lower orbit. Lower orbits have a lower orbital period. To get into a lower orbit, we need to decelerate, which means we need to burn away from the Gemini capsule, away from the target that we want to get closer to. And this is why orbits can be so dang confusing and counterintuitive. Okay. Yeah, we need to exactly burn away from the craft. So this is the marker, that's the direction away from our target craft. And then we should see our orbit. Hang on. So we need to be a bit above here. Okay. And then you'll see our next orbit will be, we're getting closer and closer, until it flips over. And now it's time for the fine adjustment. And there, if we had burned straight for the Gemini, chances are we would not have gotten very close before. So for a short time we would have gotten closer, but then once the orbital mechanics really kick in over the duration of an orbit or two, we would have gotten further and further away again. Okay, this looks pretty good. Let's take that. Another 2 orbits or so. "400 meters, yeah. Perfect. Gonna be visual very soon. Okay. Let's get ourselves lined up. To zero out our velocity. I can't even tell how far away we are right now, but I think we're close enough that we can now just do the naive burn directly towards it approach. So now I'm aligning our velocity marker with the direction of where the Gemini is. And where's the visual? Here it is. 700 meters. $500, $400, $300, $200. Yeah. Okay, well, that's the hard part done. Now we just need to dock. Oh, it's been stabilized. How nice. But left is front, probably? Yeah, okay. So, I mean, we can just zero out and rotate both around for the docking itself. That probably makes sense. It's not a space station that we have to approach from the correct side necessarily, because the station can't rotate that much. Okay. So basically zeroed out the velocity completely. So now, oh, hang on. Oh, we have these side docking ports. Okay. In that case, we need a control from here. So now I changed the orientation from the nav bolt to be from the docking port, because that's what we need to align. And now here the marker that's toward the Gemini capsule will be the orientation of the docking port towards the Gemini, which has its small docking port at the nose, which fits to these. So the Gemini can then approach straight on, which will be very straightforward to do. Okay. Now, I guess you don't have, but you have. There. MacJep, hold attitude towards the craft, and then we can take this, set as target, this way. Yep. And there we are, aligned. I'll select you in targets, and the rest is just using the RCS to translate. Yeah, let's go at 0.3. And time warping might mess with MacJep. We'll find out. Okay, it's fine. And yeah, some drift. Gotta correct for it. 18 meters out. Actually, let's set the docking port control from here, then the distance. Oh no, it doesn't change. Okay, never mind. Seven meters. Okay, let's reduce our velocity here. Gentle. Very gentle. Three and a half meters. I mean, it's less. I think 3.5 is distance to the capsule. And we have a docking. Whew. Boy, am I glad that still worked out. Okay. 3 contracts. Crewed, duration record 1 day. 3 crew, thanks to the docking. Oh, a lot of cash. I like that. And first docking. Excellent. Okay. So, we did our EVA, we did the docking. At this point, I think the only contract left is the orbital maneuver one that we're gonna do with the Gemini. Yeah, the docking's even completely fulfilled. Okay, I think let's bring back the Gemini, the Mercury, and then the Gemini can go to high altitudes. Even, funnily enough, less high than the Mercury went earlier for phasing because of the messed up launch. But yeah, I don't think there's anything else to do here. Even if we wanted, we couldn't shuffle crew around because these simple docking ports are only for propellant. Oop. So, immediately undock, I guess. Or, for flavor purposes, let's do one orbit. Or even better, let's look at when we want to deorbit. Okay, so we're over Japan right now. Okay, yeah, there's Casey up there. I mean, this is very awkward for landing. I guess we'll do like an orbit and then Mercury can deorbit here. Another country can do the recovery for us. Okay. So, flavor orbit. Undock. Okay, that's Gemini. Let's get the Mercury. Control from here. Where's the control from here button? Whoop. This aim camera. I can't find it. Autostrad upgrade. That's science. That's weird. I mean, I guess I can do the avionics here. Control from here. Okay, I think our orientation for control was correct anyway. Okay. Orbit, retrograde. And we're also going rotating in the right direction. Actually, we have onboard solid rocket motors who can do the deorbit burn for us. Although we also want to deorbit this. Yeah. Whee! How low do we want to go? Maybe minus 50 or something. Okay, then Okay, now we need to watch our staging. I mean, I guess the posigrade ones can fire, but we'll jettison the deorbit pack. So here. Oop. Yeah, we want to follow the capsule. And jettison that. And then the RCS. I guess the RCS there doesn't want to work. There we go. Now we have control. Time warp to atmosphere. No, we don't want to hold our attitude here. I think it's time for a bigger time warp. There, now we're starting to hit the atmosphere. They're not even blacking out. How nice. And transonic. Okay, 20 kilometers up. Before we forget, let's stage the drogue shoot. There it goes. Okay, 2 kilometers. Let's pop the main chutes. And there. Oh, no, not deployed yet. There we go. $200 Doop-de-doo. And there we have it. 1 of 3 Kerbals safely back on Earth. 2 to go. Although they still have a mission ahead of them. Streaming for almost 3 hours again. At least this time, overall, we still judged what we wanted to do better. Like, with this mission being basically the last one we really wanted to do. And then we can look into building the new moon rocket. I think that'll be also a good end for the stream, to just build some stuff. Flying missions is definitely getting a bit with how dissociated we're getting. Yeah, we'll be on leave. Perfect. Level 1. Now we'll take a quick peek at potentially new missions. Not really. Oh, yes, space station. Big one. Oh yeah. Big in money too. 1 docking port, at least 3 crew. Pericheek rated 250, which less than 2,000. 2 crew members. Keep 2 crew aboard for 30 days. So 2 crew member 1 month. Return crew home, keep station in orbit. Okay. Definitely sounds fun. Okay. And while we load the Gemini capsule, we will take just a short 3-minute break. So we'll be back in a few. We're back. And nothing has crashed and burned. Hang on a second, game. We got this completion from the Mercury astronaut having returned, even though that astronaut wasn't the one who did the EVA, but docking can confuse the game. Okay, so we should still have many ignitions left. Yes, 4. Perfect. So now hours. What's our mission duration? 1 day, 13 hours. Okay. Crew duration record. Gonna get that just on the side. There. Apoapsis. Oh, so we still need to fulfill both milestones. So first we need to race to like 300 kilometers, stay there for 4 days, then race to 1100 kilometers and then stay for 2 additional days. Okay. Let's do that. We're, I mean, pretty circular. Yeah. Oh, 169. That's getting kinda low because we have a 160 kilometer lower border. Okay, so let's raise our altitude while we're here. Activate. We still have LH motors. Perfect. Which prograde? Let's just fire them. Oh fuck. Okay. I think orientation is docking port now. Oh dear. Well, wasted an ignition and a bit of fuel. And once again, I can't find the control from here button. That's really weird that that's just flat out missing. But we also luckily still have other avionics here. Okay, let's just fire up the engine again. There we go. And rotate a bit faster. Now we're talking. Oh, fuck. Well, because I got distracted, we overshot our lower target. So let's just aim for the higher one. 1100. There we go. And now, 2 days in this orbit. Let's also check that all the science experiments are running. Yep. I don't think any of these are biome dependent, so it's probably just done. Okay. So let's just time warp. Okay, while... Oh yeah, electric charge. Oh no! I guess the fuel cells aren't running? Yep, they weren't running. Okay. But now we're good with electricity. Yes. Okay. And we're getting water as well. The magic of fuel cells. Power and water. Let's get our contract info back now though. Okay, 1 more day. 10 hours. Okay. Time to lower our orbit. Retrograde. Now we want to aim for 300, 325-ish. We should still have plenty of ignitions. Yep, 2. Can even use the stage again to fully deorbit. Also only now saw the comment about something being amazing, not knowing what it was referring to now. Okay, 300 is the number. Oh god. Come on, give me the apoapsis. There we go. Almost got distracted again. $400, 300. This should be fine. Yep, counting down. Okay, 4 days here. Ah, the mission being completed. Yeah, that was funny. Hi, Opals. Catching us on the tail end of a stream again. So we're right now wrapping up a crewed mission with 2 astronauts. First, we spent a while going up to 1100 kilometers. Now we're spending another 4 days at 300-ish. And then we'll go back, and we already did a successful EVA and docking in this mission. So it's a very... Oh, CO2 levels. Crap. But it's only 4 days. Why are the CO2 levels rising? We still have plenty of lithium. And why is the processes tab empty? Oh, okay, we're out of electric charge. Why are we out of electric charge? We still have liquid oxygen, liquid hydrogen. Oh, I know why. Or I have a suspicion why. Because the water got filled up and then it just auto shut down. And now it's like, can't even control. Well, I will do this to be able to tell it dump water. And now the fuel cell will be running again. Or not? Why not? Why are you not running? I don't get it. Waste on the fuel cells. Dump water. Oop. Come on. Now it's working. Or no. No, that was just from it. I don't get it. What if we manually shut down you and you? Cannot shut down avionics while crewed. Okay. Fair. Can someone tell me why the fuel cell shut down? Wait. What if we just make use of our nice solar panels? Okay, that was not the optimal way to rotate here. I don't get it. Like, it even says running, but we don't have the power. Maybe it's one of those things that a save and load will fix. KSP has a lot of bugs like that and is pretty unstable. A lot of things go wrong that saving and loading fixes, which really shouldn't make a difference, but it does. Now, how about now? Nope, still no. Maybe it's still a problem that the water is full. Do we have hyper edit or something to edit resources? I don't see it. Or can you edit resources here? I don't know. I mean, we have the resources. We have the oxygen. We have the hydrogen. I'm just... If it doesn't want, then I'm just leaving this cheat on, I guess, because... Wait, what? Wait, hang on. So, with the infinite electricity cheat on, then the fuel cell works. Someone's gonna have to explain that one to me. What? What? I don't know. Well... Okay, what were we doing? I think we were just, like, time warping ahead. And like, I know that we did a simulation with the Gemini over 20-something days or something, so we know the power is long-term stable. Okay. Wait, the other objective is now unfulfilled? Are you kidding me, game? Now it says stay in specified orbit for 2 days still here. Do we have to do them in the right order? Yeah, I'm gonna... The text doesn't say that you have to do it in a specific order. I mean, technically we could boost ourselves up again. We have 1 ignition remaining. Then we would have a pretty hot re-entry. Okay, well, let's do that then. Even though I think the game is also just either bugging out again or being unfair. Okay, so before we do this, I will save. Let's go above and beyond. Okay, 1,000 and 1,100. Oop, no. Two more days. There we go. So we did it again. And we're now at day 11. Okay. Now, let's first use up the hypergolic fuel we have left in the stage to lower our apoapsis again before we start our proper deorbit. No, wrong direction. Our RD-58 is out of ignitions, but we still have the kilonewton thrusters. Okay. Wrong action group. I guess they're not an action group. Okay. Time warp ahoy. Yeah, it's 300 meters per second. That'll actually get rid of most of that excess velocity. So re-entry won't be extra hot. Cetera, there you go. 600 kilometers apoapsis. Those green lines are our flight history. As you can tell, here is one band of orbits where we were at the 300 kilometer altitude and then out here when we were at 1100 for a few days. And it all shifts a little because of orbital mechanic magic. Okay, oh, I guess we're deorbiting already. Okay, hang on. Where are we? Where are we? Okay, we're basically above Australia right now. Okay, well, that should be enough. Okay, well, let's see where exactly we'll come down. Jettison. You. And yeah, we don't have science experiments in there, I think. Okay, Jettison. Where are we here? Oh no. I should not have done that. Okay. Let's see how that ends. And I keep forgetting, does the Gemini... Oh yes, center of mass shifter. Descent mode on. Perfect. So basically what we just did is we shifted the center of mass from the capsule from being like in the middle of it to be a little bit on the side, which means when the capsule re-enters in the airstream, it won't be like straight on, but it'll be tilted a little bit, and that tilt will give us a little bit of lift, and that lift allows us to maneuver. So for example, if we're coming in a little bit too steeply, we can then use the lift to get a little bit of an upwards force and make it a bit gentler. And the nice thing about it is that you can steer by rotating the capsule, because it's an effect that depends on... Ooh. That's not ideal. Why are we spiraling out of control? Why are we not stable? Maybe the center of mass shifter thing is broken as hell. Or maybe it's like the offset limit was way up there. Maybe that was the issue. I have no idea what. Okay, yeah. If we tune it way down, that's a lot more reasonable. Still not actually sure. Okay, I think it gives us an upwards force. Okay. Yeah, so now no matter which way we rotate, our attitude will always be like above our retrograde marker here. So by rotating then, we can control either we go up, down, or even to the side. So you can actually use that to basically fly a capsule to hit a certain spot for then recovery. And it also means that you can just make the re-entry way gentler. Because basically, if you don't have this and you're just completely unguided, then you can experience like 12, 13 Gs or something on re-entry if you just enter ballistically, which is survivable but very rough. But using that, you can bring that down to like 4 or 5 Gs or something. Depends obviously on the specific capsule and whatnot. Can definitely tell what even this little bit is helping here, and we could increase the offset further. Like we're now maxing at, I mean, it's still like close to 7 Gs, but with the Mercury that was more like 8 Gs or something. We even had astronauts black out before. Okay, 20 kilometers. Let's get our drogue chute out. Can't see it really, but drogue chute is out. Six kilometers. Let's get our main chute at like 2 or something. More on the or something side, I guess. Oh boy, that was late. Okay, we're good. When you're at 1 kilometer altitude and falling at 100 meters per second, that's scary. 10-second buffer. Okay. 50 meters. Prepare for splashdown. And there we go. Ooh. Well, that's... Well, I wouldn't want to be one of the astronauts being in this thing. Jesus. The water physics can be very buggy. But yeah, we did it. Successful mission. Fulfilled all mission objectives. All astronauts made it back in one piece. Although I'm still very curious about that issue with the fuel cells. I'm gonna make a note that we just make another simulation. we can figure out something. Okay. $5.5 million funds. Yum, yum, yum. Okay. First thing I'm gonna do with all that sweet money is upgrade the VAB. Oh, actually, we probably want the astronaut center at some point too, because we need the last upgrade to be able to plant flags, which we'll need for contracts. But one thing at a time. Similarly, R&D. But yes, there's 2 techs still missing, but we should have the base versions of the NK-33 and 43 now. So we can start building our lunar rocket. I don't think we'll like finish, but we can at least look into it and get started now. Okay, how do we even begin? I mean, we need to start really with the end of the mission. So we need our lunar lander. What do we want to do for lunar landing? We don't really have any lander capsules unlocked, which is a bit weird. Let me just go and check that. Oh, there might be a landing technology tree that we've been ignoring. It would be very silly to just take like a Gemini capsule as our landing landing crew capsule. We also don't really have science. Early landing. But no, I mean, that's heat shields. Ah, here's lunar landing. Yeah, the Mark II lander can. That's the one that I was missing. I mean, we basically need like here 3 technologies with close to 200 science to be able to do that. I mean, we could cancel 2 of them. We do want to go big, not just like fly 3 people to the moon and only have 2 land. Like, who does that? But we can like just take the mass of this one and then work with that, I guess. So like just do like 2.6 ton dead weight, build the lander around that, and then build the rocket around that. I do think we're gonna do lunar orbit rendezvous. Otherwise the rocket will be ginormous. I mean, it would be silly, but it would also be something we haven't done before. And like we've built many lunar landing rockets before. Direct ascent. I mean, let's be silly. Which also makes this planning way easier, because then it's just our TKS here is our capsule, and it's gonna go everywhere. Oh boy, this is gonna get absurdly big. Holy shit. Okay. Oh, I love this already. So, have a parachute. We don't need any stinking docking ports. Well, technically we don't need them for this mission. But we might want to look into a lunar station. Maybe. So let's slap some good old docking ports on there. We could add an extra crew cabin. Well, no, if we're doing direct ascent, we really have to watch our mass here. Docking port, probably the Apollo docking system. Yeah. I neither know which ones exactly. I mean, I guess this one is compatible with these. But it's also heavier, so let's just take an Apollo docking system. Okay, if we do that, then side parachute and a drogue chute. Well, I guess they're all the same. So you are drogue. Drogue chute, single. Let's go down to deploy. Drogue. How many more times do I have to tell the game it's a drogue chute? Input like 4 something tons. Wanted speed. At 1,000. Altitude pre-deployment. Deployment 3.5. I guess at 15. Okay. It's the drogue chute setup. This one, main chute, triple. Five spare chutes. Well, main 4.5, 6 meters per second. 5.1. Okay. Parachutes. Check. Then, yeah, inventory stuff. Sample capacity. Antenna. UHF. 20 watts. I mean, I guess 20 watts won't make a difference, so we can keep a decent Omni antenna here. It's fine. Center of mass shifter. Very nice. Now, science experiments also. Okay, let's start with the important part. Scrubber. Soviet potassium superoxide scrubber. Doesn't talk about limitations. Lithium hydroxide. Operational life can be increased by adding additional lithium tanks. Well, tell me about this one. Can I increase the lifespan of this one too? Habitat. Stress reduction. Lithium hydroxide. This is a potassium superoxide. I guess this thing doesn't recognize the scrubber, which is also an issue. Well, we're gonna have to simulate that to make sure that it works. Processes, nitrogen pressure control. Okay. Crew science. Space television broadcast. Sounds good for a lunar mission. Ion sensing, altitude control. 2 days. Guess that's fine. Night image intensification. Synaptic terrain. Let's get a synoptic weather photography, because why not? Okay. Life support. Okay, this capsule only carries 8 hours of life support. That's not a lot. Also, you got your options reset. What? We had you at... Oh no. The S-band. Okay. Everything's fine. What's the tank size? Available total. So we have a bunch left here in the tanks, and we can just amp that up to 7.74. So I'm just doubling all of these. And oxygen. Oh, actually, these don't even take up a lot of the volume from here. Wait, lithium hydroxide. Potassium superoxide. Maybe now this one will also show it. There we go. Okay, 5 days. And if we fill it up, it's 24 days. I mean, we don't need 24. Produced none. Excellent. No waste products. Yeah, let's just leave it like that, and then we'll add some more food and stuff in another service module tank that we'll need anyway. Also, heat shield. Wait, that almost looks like it has a heat shield already. Shielding is radiation shielding. Ablator, yes, it has a heat shield. No, I'm just gonna double check. Doesn't talk about the heat shield there. Ablator, so it doesn't tell us that it's lunar rated, but I mean, this is hatch and heat shield supports 3. I don't know if this is lunar rated. It might not be. Something to find out, I guess. not, that would add a bunch of mass if we have to add another dedicated heat shield. Oh. We don't have any lunar rated heat shields right now. So, about us wanting to skip those lander nodes. Yeah. We have to research that. Probably. Okay. Let's put a pin in that. Okay, 2.5. No, still not quite. That's a bit too big, but okay. Yeah, it's like 300 extra kilos. Also looks horrible. I just want one like 2.75 meters. Let's not spend any more time on that since we're might have to switch heat shields anyway. Though actually, Apollo. I guess we also didn't unlock the Apollo heat shield with the node. Huh, okay. Decoupler. Do we have a specific decoupler for this? Nope. That or a procedural? Ooh, hang on. Ah, it's a little bit too big. It's for a different spacecraft, so that makes sense. Let's just take this. We're gonna make this our service module. Heat shield shroud. .5 meters, I guess, is the diameter we'll be working with. Now we need life support, which I guess we still have to enter manually. Okay, so right now we have stuff for 16 hours. We want like 12, 14 days, something like that. So it's like 2/3 of a day. So 10 days, like times 15 times 20. Okay, so everything times 20. 11.7 food. 11.7 and times 2. Boop. Water 7.7. So where's water? Oxygen and food is here. There. How much? Boop, boop, boop. And oxygen. Oxygen we might keep as logs. But also, if we can't just have it all in gas form right here. Why not, I guess? 1180. 10 times 2. Okay. Food 19 days, water 13 days, oxygen perpetual. I guess that's using a... No? Why are you perpetual? Is it you? That's nitrogen. Oh, wait. The superoxide scrubber produces oxygen? Oh, wow. But like, actually fully sustainable. One-to-one conversion. That's amazing. Well, I guess we don't really need a lot of oxygen at all. It also doesn't weigh too much, so we can still keep it. We can reduce it later if we realize that, or verify that it just really works as advertised. Now we can reduce food a bit. Days, 24 days, superoxide. Yep. So I guess we can also use this to store hypergolic fuel for RCS and stuff. How strong do we want to go here? I mean, if we're going direct ascent, we're gonna need some beefy. Okay, maybe not that beefy. Kerosene NTO. Yep. Can put that in there. Probably don't want that much. You really don't want to show me this stage weight here. Was engineer. So you can go 8.3. Yeah, that's 3 tons. That's maybe a bit much. Power. I mean, I kind of want a fuel cell. Now, how much power does the capsule need? Or I guess I can just look here. 1.6 kilowatts. Figured out that this says 0 watts here. I mean, 1.6 kilowatts is probably gonna be correct. Now, how much does one fuel cell produce? $750 watts is this one. 4.5 kilowatts is a bit more than we need. So 750 kilowatts, 1.6. So we need 3 of them. And it's gonna look awful. Also, I don't really want them to be that visible. Yeah, but we need to access them. 75 kilograms. I don't know why the mass there doesn't show up properly. How much are you? 550. Holy shit. But yeah, 3 of them. It's like 220 kilograms something. So we need then amazing insulation here. And we're gonna... let's get rid of the fuel again. Can fill that up later. So we need liquid oxygen. Oop. That's not... let's see. Perpetual. I guess the fuel cells aren't running. Oh, or maybe it says perpetual because we don't have any hydrogen, so it can't run. There we go. Okay. Yeah, we don't need 64 days. 5 days, so like times 4, consider a whole bunch of boil off. Same for 37 days. And then adjust the locks. Wait. Oh. This is pure liquid hydrogen. So 37 days we were saying. Oh no, that was for the hydrogen with the boil off. Yeah, that's probably fine. So let's do a bit more. Okay. So that's power for some time. Power storage, 43,000. Yeah, that should be fine. So we have power production with the fuel required for the fuel cells. We have power storage, we have life support. Let's save this. So, I think we can start with the lander portion. Integral structure. We might want to increase our diameter, though. Like this, we can't stay this skinny. I guess we can start... I'm not sure how to make this cosmetically. We're also gonna need... how do we even distribute the staging? Okay, one step at a time. Let's start with figuring out rough dimensions and delta V. In our final stages, we'll definitely be using the RD58. That much is certain, because it's small, powerful, efficient. Ooh, we can even get the RD58 config upgrade from the 11D33M, which has noticeably higher ISP, is also heavier, and much higher burn time. I think we're gonna do that. How's the reliability? Oh, it's less reliable until we get the 58M. But the 58M is more reliable. Okay. Let's plan with this and then see where we land. you get most high-tech material we have. And then kerosene logs. Okay, 4.5 kilometers per second. 14 meters, 14 minutes. And low thrust to weight. How many engines do we want? We want redundancy. We're talking doing a lunar mission here where we need everything to work. That's a bit higher. Thrust to weight. You know, maybe here the 11. Oh, but the efficiency is lower. I think because it's lighter, it'll overall, or it could overall still be better to use this engine here, especially if we have super redundancy. Yeah, now we're at 6 minutes, 4.3 kilometers per second, which I think was more than with the big cluster of 58s. Now the reason we're angling them like this, even though it makes the burns less efficient, is that it makes it easier if an engine fails. Basically, imagine if one of these outer engine fails, then the center of thrust will be suddenly offset and the other engines will have to gimbal to compensate for it. But if the thrust vector of the engine from the start is kind of through the center of mass, we're gonna bring that more in line, then you get much less torque induced if an engine fails. Ideally, if it's perfectly in line with the center of mass, then 0 torque would be induced if an engine fails. Otherwise, if the engines would be straight and one of them fails, center of mass is here, then you get a massive torque. Do we want to make the stage bigger? I mean, it's close to 6 minutes burn time, but you'll have like 10 minutes. Oh, that's right. With these, we only have 5. I mean, we can take 4 of them. More engines is always better. And we also need to consider engine out capability. So, 5? So we need 4. And that's why we take 5. Beautiful. You can tell this is gonna get a beautiful rocket. Yeah, this might not be quite enough for the gimbal to compensate for it. It's one of the things we have to test. Now, how much delta V do we need in our final stage? I think we can do like one stage for like taking off from the lunar surface and getting back. So that's like 2 kilometers per second and another 1. So really only 3. So this would already be overkill. But it would allow us, if we use this stage for landing as well, for the final landing. No, we don't have to do things that complicated. We can downsize this stage a bit. It's fine. So it's 3.5. I mean, that's a massive safety buffer. Especially because reducing engines means could we get by with 3? No. So 4 plus 1. 5. Always one more than we need. This is also why we generally do a lot of building off stream, because it takes a long time. Okay. Now, oh yes, we definitely want ullage engines here. Boop-a-doop-a-doo. Immediately send an action group so we can't forget. Okay, so that's our return from the moon. So we need to get 22 tons onto the surface of the moon. So, yeah. Always gotta work backwards. So, landing on the moon. How do we want to distribute that delta V? We probably can do lunar orbit, insertion, and landing in one, which is basically exactly the same delta V that we had right now on top of that. Then we need a TLI stage, and then get that into orbit. Okay, sounds like a plan to me in my head. Now, what diameters do we go for here? I mean, we do want to err on the side of chunky, because it'll make landing easier. As in, make the lander more stable. So let's go for a 7-meter landing diameter. Oh my god, it's 1.5 tons just the interstage adapter. Jesus. One fairing note, please. Oh, top is at 3. We're at... Wait. What's our diameter here? 3. Okay. Well, there's a little gap of 3 though. Oh, come on. Stick with me. I guess just 2.9 will do. Okay, different shape will look better. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, I think we'll go with this. Okay. I don't even know what's... Ooh. Ah, there. I mean, it says white, but it still has a small ring at the top. Never mind. Okay, next stage. Now, which engines do we use here? The RDs are definitely not up to the task with the thrust. So I think it's time to start our first NKs, specifically... I mean, maybe a few of these? Wait, 450? 400. Oh, I thought you could have 800. 353 ISP. I don't want to spend too much money on these configs that we won't actually end up using anyway. Maybe we do need to wait until a couple more technologies are researched. Because this config would be pretty close to the one we'll actually use. You also have 2 ignitions. 2 is not a lot. Oh wait, we're talking lander engines. We need either... Yeah, this one's not throttleable, and I doubt these others are. Oh no, minimum 60%. All these configs throttle, all these others here. That's good to know. Yeah, the vacuum. $343. So they're a bit heavier, have longer rated burn time and more ignitions. The heavier will also confuse the planning. Before we end up not doing anything, let's see how this goes. And now we have the joy of having many different Kerolox fuel mixtures. And we have to always figure out which is which. Okay, 5.5. So... Oh, hang on. Ooh. Now it's getting complicated. If we want to do orbit insertion and landing, and these engines have 2 ignitions, that's not a lot of room for error. Okay, 6.5 minutes. So we do need a couple of them for redundancy anyway, but 3 minutes. I mean, then we can do like 1 ignition, orbit insertion, but then landing with not a lot of ignitions. I really want more ignitions. Don't the NK40 have more? 3 ignitions. I mean, 3 is better than 2. Are you throttleable? Yes. 50%, but also stronger. I don't think we could have more of these. So we could have one of them. But then no redundancy, and redundancy is important. But yeah, that's too much thrust for a lunar landing, though. I wonder. Okay, our thrust to weight is way off here. Why do we have so many engines there again? It's like way off. Here, I mean, that's still a very high thrust to weight ratio, but less ridiculous. Yeah. Yeah, no, this will be fine. This will be fine. Jeez. Me select these. But yeah, if thrust to weight isn't an issue, then we could consider using more RD-58s also on the lander stage. Which have more ignitions. I don't think they can throttle even the other configs. Let's check the description there. Yeah, no, min 100. Okay, so you don't throttle. Which is another issue. Okay, this is getting very complicated. So basically, the main issue we're brooding over at the moment, we have a lot of requirements for engines to land on the moon in particular. A needs a couple restarts, because while in theory doable, doing like a landing burn in one go, it's hard to do when you like fly it manually and not computer guided. B, throttle ability, to again have more control. And C, the thrust needs to be in the range so that you can be around like thrust weight ratio of 1 for the moon to make landing easier. Having more ignitions can help compensate for that, because you can then just shut off engines. I wish there was a way to sort for throttle level engines. I mean, I guess we have these. And then with the upgraded configs with 2 ignitions. Probably the best bet we have. Ah yes, but their thrust was too much. But with redundancy, that's not as much of an issue. Okay, even a single one throttled down to minimum is thrust weight ratio of 2 at the beginning of the burn. So these are just too powerful, basically. Do we do an RD-58 with pulsing then? Or landing with that? That would be very hard to do. RD-58. We could have a number of them for both redundancy and fine thrust control though. Throttling through shutting off engines. I mean, honestly, I want to do this now. Okay. Yeah. Okay, so one engine has at burnout a thrust weight ratio of 2. So we might have to pulse it a bit at the end there. And then we'll have a couple other groups of engines for redundancy. And we'll keep them in groups of 2, so if anyone fails, we can shut off that group. This is gonna be very silly. And I think, because this is also looking extremely silly, we're gonna reduce the diameter a bit here. Let's go to maybe 4.5 meters. Let's see how that looks. No, let's go up to 5. Okay. Also like 3.5 kilometers per second, something like that. For both lunar orbit insertion and landing, the reverse of the ascent stage. Now angling again for the same reason as well as in the ascent stage, so that when there are engine failures, the thrust won't induce a horrible torque. Does mean the engines will be a bit less efficient. But yeah. We're still a bit high with our burn time, so we could add another set of 2 engines for maximum hilarity. 22.5 degree rotation. Oh no, I guess. Aw, that reset it. Why did you reset that? Oh, well, I guess manually rotate you too. Oh, so many engines. I love it. Okay. Actually, instead of doing this one, let's have 2 groups of 3. I'm not sure. Why are you so useless, orientation tool? Okay, there we go. Probably like that. Oh man. This is gonna be a nightmare to actually fly. Then again, the engines are pretty reliable, and so it's relatively unlikely to even need to manage all these different engine groups too much. But yeah. I mean, we're still kinda at the... Oh no, never mind. These have 10 minutes burn time, so we're way Gucci with burn time. Okay, perfect. Oh god. Imagine looking at an abomination like this and saying perfect. Okay, now we need a TLI stage. That's probably where the NK-31s then are gonna finally come in. Let's just roughly copy this. Should be faster. Yeah. Hitting the right engine here is gonna be hard. Yeah, I want this to go to the center engine, please. Please. I don't think this is gonna work. Okay. Well, I can take off. This engine easily enough without fucking anything up. I don't want to remove the other engines because of the tilt. There we go. Okay. 5 meters diameter. I don't know. The next stage might actually also be fine with 5. Okay, finally no more RD-58s here. Now, hang on, so this is TLI stage, so we need 3... something like this. Yeah, that's doable with this diameter. Burn time 4 minutes, should be way inside. Yep. Lots of engines, meaning also if any fail, also with 2 ignitions each, so plenty of opportunity to shuffle things around. I mean, to make it easier, we could put them into 2 groups of 2. I guess it's fine. 3.35. I guess a little extra. And since this is the TLI stage, and it'll be very sensitive to the specifics of the orbit, this one will get some hypergolic fuel tanks and some small engines for fine adjustments. Shape. I mean, I guess. High pressure. Can I get the... There's no gold foil here. Legacy, probably. There it is. Okay. Now we're at 200 tons here. That's definitely getting a bit heavy. Let's check some of the bit bigger ones. Oh, did we forget the pressurization? Oh no, we just didn't put the fuel in yet. That's fair. 7 meters per second. Well, that's not a lot. Let's get a bit more of that. Jesus. It's half a ton. Oh, it's because of the order. Yeah, empty it's 38 meters per second, which is way more reasonable. And we probably... Oh no, it only costs a couple meters per second of the main stage. Yeah, we can leave that. You definitely want more RCS as well. And those are probably fine. And I think we no, for the land that doesn't hurt to have to err on the side of too big. Okay. So that's TLI stage. Now we have to get this beast into orbit. 220 tons into orbit. Basically twice as much as the Saturn V put into orbit, which is what we're paying for doing a direct ascent. So flying directly to the lunar surface and then just returning from there instead of decoupling a smaller lander and then rendezvousing in lunar orbit. This is why lunar orbit rendezvous is a good idea, because if you don't, things get big. And more importantly, heavy. Now, did we add insulation there? No, not there. Actually, better tank type for you. You still don't get better insulation? Oh well. Now, how big will the main rocket be? 11 meters, maybe? Not quite. And top is, I think it's 5, or is it 4.5? 5. Maybe let's shape it like this. And now comes the fun part. The actual launch vehicle to bring all that into orbit. Which is the one part that we've known for a long time how it's gonna look, because NK-43 and 33. Vacuum engines up here. Another case of don't have the configs yet, but the performance should be similar enough. They're once again a little bit heavier, and they're gonna have more ignitions, but same ISP and same thrust. It's probably gonna be that mixture. Kerosene 35.76. Yep. 4 kilometers per second. Probably want to make that more. .8, 10, so 4.2 in the first stage will still be a lot. Let's maybe go this. It's gonna be a very chunky second stage. I think we need more diameter just to fit enough engines for this. Yeah. Oh, hang on, they're not in the, not even in the same staging group. Okay, thrust to weight is actually okay. 9 engines might actually be fine. 5. Okay, no, we need a bit more to keep the burn time low enough. We can do 10 here. I mean, it looks a bit silly. Oh, and it's still not enough. Okay, let's do 6 because that fits so nicely. And then another 6? Question mark? If you could stop putting those in different staging groups, that would be nice. Okay. Yeah, that's a bit more than we need even. So maybe 3 here. Triangle engine config. That would be silly. Oh no, we're actually now a bit over burn rate. Wait. What's the rated burn time of the upgraded ones? Yeah, okay, it's higher. That would be 6 minutes, and they are exactly 6 minutes. A bit of a buffer would be good, and a bit of additional thrust. So let's keep those 3 additional ones. But no, it's fine. Okay, so that's our second stage. And we're at 1,600 tons. Time for one ginormous first stage. Okay, here we might actually run into the diameter problem, that we can't fit the number of engines that we need. Because I don't think the NK-33s are that much more powerful. Yeah. They most certainly aren't. And we're gonna need a whole lot more of them. Go away. Well, let's... Oh man. The delay with every input. Gotta wait like a second between clicks. Okay, so I think so far the diameter was 11 meters. So let's just see how that ends up. Just game freezes for a second every time you do anything. Okay, what's your fuel mixture? 35.76. At least that's pretty uniform. Yeah, I don't think with 11 meters we'll get there. Clickety click click. It's gonna be like 40 meters long or something at 11 meters diameter. Hang on, I'm gonna check if we're about to crash the computer. Oh yeah, we're at 98% RAM. Let's close everything else. Okay, 91%. We're fine again. Everything's fine. Click, click, click. And when we're getting there, we're now at over 9 kilometers per second. We're just getting close. And we're reaching 5,000 tons. Which, again, this is why in real life people decided not to do direct ascent. Okay, I mean 9.7 kilometers per second sounds good enough for a launch vehicle to me, that we can at least give it a go. Oh my god. was the hotkey for the hangar? There we go. No more hangar limits. Yeah, we're gonna need so many engines. Literally like 4 times as many as we have in the second stage. So like, and we have 10 there, so 40, which will not fit here. Okay, 6, no, 12. Let's see how many. 6, 12. I guess 18 is a good number that fits here. Now, this is about physically how many engines we can fit here. And I mean, it's almost enough. We're literally at thrust weight ratio of 1. It's very close, but not quite. Okay, so I think we have to go to 12 meters. I think then we're gonna change this one here too. Kinda wanna have the diameters uniform across first and second stage. And the engines here. Yeah, we need the space. Space. 12. Yoink. Now, we had -6 minutes per turn. Oh, let's focus on the 5.81 kilometers per second. Oh god, the sound just glitched out. Okay, it didn't crash yet. And I forgot the number that I was trying to memorize. But I think we're pretty close. I think it was like 6 minutes burn time. Something like this. We could also still like angle these slightly. Once again, for engine out capability. I mean, we've come this far. Oh dear. Literally being at the edge of what's actually playable. Which is another reason why one might not build an abomination like this one. Because, yeah, game performance is still a thing. Oh man. I mean, it looks like it'll still... Oh no, I guess it won't be too outside the 12-meter diameter, the engines. Oh boy. Anytime the sound glitches, I'm like, oh, did the game finally crash for good? I should save this. There, saved. 9.745. Hang on. What even is that mixing of these engines? What did you do, game? Okay, now we're back. Okay, so I guess we added a bit more fuel to it now than we had earlier. So, it's, yeah, 9.7. That should be fine. And now, I guess we can either shove them together more like this, or... Oh dear God. Trying to not have the turbo pumps clip through other engines. Oh no. But also don't want to waste valuable space. Space. Come on. Oh man, this is just so... Yeah. Getting hard to do anything. Now let's see that we fit some more engines in here than we had before. Oh, max symmetry is 20. That's a shame. And we can either try to fit more engines or like another row of engines, or go for, I don't know, 24? Can we fit 24 engines here like this? That's not a 12 symmetry. And ooh, might be a bit clippy. What if we displace them like so? Okay, maybe you further in. Okay, hang on. I got this. Unless the game crashes, then I won't. Got it. Okay, you like this, and then like this. How's our thrust to weight now? .12 in atmosphere. That's not a lot, but it's reasonable. 6.7. Now it's a bit low, a bit on the low side for sure. which means it'll be a bit inefficient, so I'm not 100% sure the delta V will be quite enough to get into orbit. Like, this rocket will need so much more fine-tuning anyway. But for a first approximation... yeah, let's get rid of Kerbal Engineer. For first approximation, potential direct ascent lunar lander rocket right here. And at the same time, super heavy lift launch vehicle capable of bringing 220 tons into low Earth orbit, which we can use for all sorts of shenanigans. Now I can give you a fairing. And then I'm gonna save, and then probably gonna call the stream because I probably don't even wanna look at the clock. And how long we've spent on getting this far. Okay. Come on. Oh boy. I do hope, like, upon game restart, things won't be quite as bad. I mean, I was gonna leave it there, honestly, but how can we have come this far and not at least do a simulation test launch? I mean, we have to, right? Okay, oh dear god, staging. Dear lord. That looks all kinds of wrong, how those engines are oriented. Like, super wrong. Oh, come on. Don't do this to me, game. But yeah, that looked a lot like it was rotated. Come on. Jeez. Sideways, so it would have induced a roll upon burning. I'm glad you've been enjoying it, at least. We were wondering... Oh, Jesus. Accidentally clicking on a part, having to wait 10 seconds until you came back to what we were doing. Yeah, we've been like wondering or thinking that it's probably pretty boring to watch, especially when things are this... when the performance is this broken. Oh dear god. Okay, as long as we're not gonna get a roll, this will be fine. Oh. We forgot avionics in the whole rocket. I mean, that'll mess up all the performance stats to the point where we have to rethink a whole bunch of things. But I'm still gonna slap on a bunch and just launch it. Because, yeah. I'm gonna simplify the avionics here, though. I'm gonna put like maybe one here. Ah, beautiful. It's butter smooth again. So you're gonna need 40 to 20 tons. Swoop. That's 500 kilograms at that point. Oof. So I'm just gonna make a copy. Yeah, and we're down to 3.3 kilometers per second on our lunar stages. And then here just 6 fucking thousand tons. Because that's the way we roll. Okay. Oh, come on. I guess I can first remove that. Then things will be smoother again. I think we might have 12 meters diameter now. Only 400 kilograms, honestly? It's not that bad. It'll still make an impact on the performance, but I expected worse. Okay, I might want to add a bit more power for this one because it'll be power hungry as fuck. No, only 500 watts. That's really not that bad. Oh, wait. It's set to 200 tons still. Okay, never mind. That's why. I'm like, wow. So small. Yeah, and now we're at 1.7 tons. There you go. And 3.2 kilowatts. Yep. There we are. Okay. This should now have the avionics to fly? Question mark? Now we need staging. We don't have LH motors at this point. Can slap small? Oh, honey. Where we're going, we don't need small separation motors. But we might not have big ones unlocked yet. Never mind. Then I might just have... 6 is probably gonna be fine. What's your burn time? Normally 5 fuel. Come on, tell me your fuel consumption. There we go. 4 per second, so this is like less than a second. So let's make it like 2 seconds. And where are you? Are you way up there? Where? Oh, there. Okay, separation, sep motors, new engines. You all... Jeez, I can't select the thing. decoupler enable... No, wait. The fairings. I do need to change it in the fairings. No. Oh, yes, fairing decoupler. Okay. Fairing decoupler and one final fairing decoupler off. Now, so first stage engines, we need launch clamps. That's something else we need. So SEP motors, ignition. Have another 3 LH motors here. You onto this decoupler, and the rest is fine. We're not gonna like use everything here anyway. That staging is honestly vaguely fine. Vaguely. RCS earlier. That's kilonewtons. That's more of the RDs. And drogue should be for main shoot. Okay. Launch clamps. And then I think we're ready to go for a test flight. Right, what do we do launch clamp wise? I think the umbilical towers are a bit buggy. So I guess we'll just... I mean, this is also very... Oh no, hang on. There are... Let me remove them, game. Thank you. You can use either these, Apollo style, or these. I mean, these do look cool. Okay. Oh boy. Staging. You after ignition. If we go back here, we're a bit high. Can we? No, I guess that just doesn't. Like this. Okay, let's launch this thing. Okay, high chance the game will now crash. Okay, yeah, we did not want to build it, we want to simulate it. Let's see if the game crashes. I don't think there's anything else I can close here on this PC. It's like 98% physical memory. Oh, holy shit. I just looked at the clock. Yeah. I mean, we didn't necessarily intend to like finish building the whole damn rocket. Then again, I guess we should have seen it coming, like, oh yeah, we'll just build it a little bit. Jazz music stops. Yeah, if nothing else, this is gonna take a while to load. Crash or no crash. I mean, so far we're still fine, I think. no sign of it having crashed yet. Oh boy. KSP itself is using 30 gigs of RAM. Hey, 30 and a half. Just spiked again. Good thing we have 32 gigs of RAM at least. But for KSP, honestly, if you wanna play heavily modded with high details and stuff, you can legit use 64 gigs of RAM, which is absurd. No other game uses anywhere near as much RAM. Also, we are actually loaded. You can't properly see it, but like in the distance there's the VAB, and this rocket is just so much taller than that. And we have poor astronauts on board. Oh my god. Okay. Now, so many spikes. Vespid wants to wear it. Wow. Okay. I can already tell you the game is gonna freeze when we try launching this for a bit. With like so many engines. It's hell. Hell on the engine. So many engines are hell on the game engine. Funny how that works out. Now, let's get our ascent guidance. 180, we'll be lucky if we can get up to 180. Our Delta V budget is not looking good. And MechJap, I want it to stop at stage 10, I believe, because it's our second stage. Okay. The rest should be fine. Let's do this. Okay. Yeah, I don't think the second stage can get us into orbit quite yet. We'll have to stretch some stages, maybe add more engines somewhere. I'm gonna press spacebar in 3, 2, 1, now, and freeze. Oh, and that's coming online. Okay. And we have liftoff. We are flying. We're going up. And that exhaust. Just one giant flame. I would have loved to see this at day, to be honest. I literally, like, thinking is so hard at this point. It's going. Oh my god. Do I dare to use time warp? I guess let's give it a 2x. We're actually close to real time now. Or maybe even slightly faster than real time. We're turning. And also, like, this is one of those moments where not having the sound is, like, really a shame. Because you've never played KSP until you've heard the roar of, like, 40 fucking engines at the same time. We're transonic. Yeah, and supersonic. And our first stage is about half spent. Okay, I can already tell this launch isn't gonna end well because we're like way too shallow. So we're like, we're gonna burn up very soon. Should I try flying manually? What could go wrong? Okay, I think we're about to see what... I was going to say we're gonna see what can go wrong, but we literally didn't see it. Okay, now we're seeing it. I like how the game already told us that like we crashed before the game actually showed it happening. Okay, I'm gonna revert once, wait until it's day, adjust the launch parameters, and then we're gonna try one more time. And then at some point we'll end the 5 hours and counting stream. We're not really good at keeping streams short. We're really not. Loading time. Okay, yeah. Doop-de-doo-doo-doo. Remember to hydrate. This is such a shame about playing KSP. It's like the really fun stuff when you just go totally off the rails gets really hard to do. Yeah, I can believe that. Especially then, like, streaming is one thing. Like, you do it and it's out there. Boom. But for recording a video, recording it being a commitment to put in the effort of editing, which is like much more effort than even filming it, I can see that being very easily a trap to fall into. Like, we've been streaming for a while now, but we still have yet to make any one edited YouTube video. Although we've been working on a like super cut of Smog from all the Hobbit movies, which is video editing, even though not technically YouTube. But we at least have some stop time warp, some vague idea of what it entails. Okay, those proportions of this rocket just look super wrong. I'm not a fan of how that looks aesthetically, but okay. So our main issue was that we pitched over way too early. So let's make that go from 45 to 90. That should make a big difference, and maybe also reduce the pitch rate. Let's cut on to this. And let's also make a note of it. No, making a note means opening Notepad. Well, I guess I can make a note on my phone. Avoid opening anything on the PC. Okay, so we're at what? 90 meters per second. And then 0.45 degrees. Okay, let's try this. Stop at stage 10, stop fine, and now we can see it launch in glorious daytime. Let's do this. Could use a lot more exhaust here from the launch pad, to be honest. Oh yeah, now you can also see the VAB and just the proportions. It's like, yeah, the VAB goes maybe to the middle of the second stage or something. I think we are still in the multiple frames per second regime, though. It's not yet seconds per frame. Also put in time warp again. And the rocket should start pitching up about now. Pitch over. Now let's see how this works out. And yeah, it makes sense that we need to start pitching over later, or like slower, whatever, because of the low thrust to weight ratio at liftoff here, because it's only 1.12. Their Puz is probably more in the order of 1.2 or even more. I don't really remember. But we generally try to keep thrust to weight of our rockets over like 1.2 at least. 1.25-ish. Only when things get like so huge. It's like, yeah. Okay, we're supersonic again. Our trajectory looks much better now. Like, I think this is fine. Just fine. If the rocket can get into orbit, this should do it. Ooh. Well, that gave me a little heart attack. That pitch over with being like on just a few frames, just rocket, and then flip, flip. Jesus Christ. But yeah, we need to pitch over a bit more than this. I mean, I might as well. Put that into the notes. Oh, we are nearing first stage burnout here, friends. 20 in-game seconds. And pretty much real-life seconds. With 2x time warp, it's going. Still missing the sound so much. Okay, 4 seconds down the time warp. Staging. Yeah. Kind of reminds me of Super Heavy with the metallic look and everything. So many engines. Only this one is not gonna land. Okay. Now, one thing I should note is that I think here in the simulations, engine failures are disabled. And with this many engines, it's getting almost unlikely that you get 0 engine failures. So the whole point of having so many is that on the one hand, the chance of having an engine failure gets kind of high, but because you have so many, losing like one of them or even 2 of them, depending on the stage and situations, is just okay, so you can handle it. Which might be one reason why we might still try to squeeze in another engine or 2 in the first stage, because 1.12 thrust to weight is fine, but if you get failures at launch, although I guess you can't get ignition failures on the pad igniting the first stage engines, so that's good. But still, if like very early an engine would fail, and the thrust to weight ratio would suffer quite a lot from that. Now it honestly looks like this stage is getting into orbit with 120 meters per second to spare. I am amazed. I really thought we would have to squeeze in a bit more delta V, stretching or even adding engines. Or why not both? But yeah, wow. This is amazing. "30 seconds. Okay, let's get rid of the time warp. Also, oh wow, our thrust to weight is 6. Not the most astronaut-friendly launch vehicle, but there we are. We're in orbit with the first 2 stages. Okay. Let's burn the next stages and see what happens. Oop. Okay, we're gonna have to work with those bearings. We might have to increase the diameter of the stage even more. Okay, well, that's one more note to make. But yeah, this is why you do simulations. Oh wow, and now it snaps back again. That's funny. Okay. This would be our... Oh my god. Oh, all these engines. I love it. Oh. And then the game crashed. And that's a very good endpoint for the stream today. I mean, we did what we wanted to do. We did a simulation. We got into orbit. So yeah, thanks for joining us as usual, and hope to see you again when we hopefully take this rocket actually to the moon and back. See ya!